doesn't
warning me, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Long time no see.
Seriously, it's been so long.
Most people who are here, we just saw a second ago. But if you have joined us and you've got no idea what's going on, this is the second leg for our Ice Planet Barbarians all-day sprints. The first one we had on the lovely Brittany's channel. She is linked below. So if you aren't already subscribed to her, which would be crazy to me, make sure you go do that first before we start any reading, any productivity. That's the first productive task you have to do. We just read Ice Planet Barbarians 10. I still have to read the epilogue, but I'm pretty much viewing it as done. And then we are reading Ice Planet Barbarians 11. And what's that called? Barbarian's Choice?
Choice? Might be Choice.
I think that's what it's called. We are prepared.
Barbarian's Choice. Yes.
Yeah.
Barbarian's.
Yeah, so let us know what you're reading if you haven't been here and we don't already know what you're reading. But again, it doesn't have to be Ice Planet Barbarians. So we're thinking that this book is going to be following Farley.
Yes.
And we're excited, but also maybe a bit nervous. Not sure how it's going to work out.
We're excited, but we're also scared because in the first book, Farley is, I don't know, like 10?
Like yes, she's a child.
Like she's a young child in the first book. Now I do understand years have passed, but she's still like in my mind. I mean, I'm assuming somehow we're aging unless more time has passed than I think has passed. She's no older than 17 or 18 years old. It cannot be.
Yeah, she'll be I'm assuming she'll be our youngest protagonist, our youngest woman, because everyone else has been what, like 22 to easily 25 or something. Yeah, so I feel like she might be like 18 or 19 in her sock years or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. I am a little concerned. Not that if they aged her up, that's fine. Like I'm okay. If she's older, that's not my problem. The problem is in my head she's a child, and I need to somehow we have to change that perception in my mind.
Yeah, I feel like Ruby Dixon, if she does the work in trying to help us see her as older, it can work. Like maybe she has to, one of her conflicts or one of her obstacles as a main character is proving to the community that she's not a child anymore. Showing that like everyone else is treating her as a baby still, and she's got to prove herself as being, I'm a young woman, I'm ready to be in a relationship and start a family, and so that I could see that being the arc. But we'll see if Ruby Dixon agrees.
I just hope that whoever the love interest is not someone who like watched her grow up, because that just doesn't.
Oh yeah, I know.
I don't like that vibe.
Yeah, that would be extremely unsettling. Being like, oh, I saw her as a, like a daughter figure.
Another young person in the tribe, like another child of one of our current, like not our current because they would be too young. But you know what I mean? That someone who was a child when Farley was a child.
Yeah, and I don't even mind that we wouldn't have met him before. He's just fine, make him up. I don't care. Like that. Actually, I'd prefer that.
You could make up any blue alien at this point. I'd be like, sounds great.
Yeah, and mainly because I'm worried that, well, I'll mention this, there's a character named Beck who keeps coming in, and he hasn't been paired up with anyone yet, and he made an appearance in this past book, and I'm like, is he making an appearance for a certain reason? Because I actually don't know how I'm going to feel about it.
I'm going to look at the synopsis and see if it has a name.
See if it does.
Okay, it does not say that name.
Okay, it says a different name? Oh, okay. We're okay. That I can cope with that. Good. Because I was like, this is going to be really uncomfortable from what we already know about Beck.
Oh, Leandra. Okay, I'm okay with this scenario. Is fine.
Hey, okay.
As long as, again, Farley is older, which I'm assuming it is the case.
Yeah. Okay, good. Hello, Tina. Yes, long time no see. Hello, Sarah. Not reading IPB. Totally fine. Thought I'd pop in for some company. Yeah, thanks. Going to be reading Glass Sword. I'm a little over halfway through. Okay, I hope you're liking it. Hello, Bree. Also, I have to say, Bree's supportive comments during my premiere was so nice because I was like, she had the craziest readathon ever with Amazing Readathon. So if she's giving me praise, then I've done something right. So thank you so much for that. Hello, Julie. Hello again. Missed the ending of the last sprint. That's all right. Thanks, Brittany. I am still reading The Girls in the Snow. Bumped the like button. Thanks. Yes, and honestly, everyone, we had a really good time over on Brittany Sprints, so be sure to go over and rewatch those if you missed them.
Thank you.
We'll pick up. Yes, and honestly, we got a lot done. We did a lot of chatting, and it was great. It was a good time. We'll be picking up book 11. Yes, Lexi. Have finished chocolate chip cookies and moving on to the brownie cookies. Ooh. That sounds delicious.
That does sound good.
Mm-hmm. I love brownies. Hello, Coda. I'm sure you're still suffering through the book that no one seems to like.
I thought Coda put it down.
Oh, did you?
I think.
Well, you know what? I know that I saw that Coda had mentioned. I did see one comment that Coda said that they had recently, he and his partner recently bought like naked men diamond painting. Did you see that comment?
No.
Yeah, Coda, if you want to like re-say that, I think it's because we were skipping ahead to like what was going on.
We were because we were switching. I must have missed that one.
Yeah, it just came to me because I saw he was very excited. So yeah. Okay. Be sure to refresh us and let us know about that.
I need more information.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Jen finished the 5th season. Finally. Woohoo. So good. Honestly, out of the 3 books, not to suggest that the series isn't great. The series is great. The 5th season was my favorite of the 3. So I'm really glad that you enjoyed it, and I hope you enjoy the series as you continue. Hello, more. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Exhausted Flamingo. Made it over. Yes. I'm interested to see how this book goes for you guys. Yeah, you can see us speculating already, but that actually might put us in a good place because our expectations are a bit low. You know, we're a bit nervous.
Agree, although I'm very excited now that I've read the synopsis.
Okay.
And as long as Farley feels older, which I believe there's been a bit of a time jump situation. I believe that's what has occurred, to be honest. I think, or more time has passed on the world than I realized. Like, I think she's probably 18, 19, 20, which is fine. As long as her partner is also 18, 19.
Exactly. As long as her partner isn't like twice her age, being like, oh, I saw her when she was a wee kid or something. What do they call them? Pups? What do they call them?
Kits. A wee kid. No, nobody wants that. And that's not what is in the synopsis. There is another person who is not our people. And I'm very happy about that because that's really the only way this works.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Well, I'm gonna go in blind and we're gonna see what you got excited about. I'm very excited for it. Hello, Alicia. Back from running some errands. Finished the naughty, the nice, and the nanny. Switching to Adelaide. Ooh, cool. Hello, Katie. Glad you made it over. Hello, Kelsey. I don't know which merch to get. Yes, well, you have time. You can think about it. I will say I hope that this one makes it across the border for you. I'm very nervous. As soon as I was doing this, I was like, if Kelsey buys merch and this happens again, I don't know what I'm going to do. So
luckily, this one, like, you would probably wear it more often outside of the readathon. Like, Get a Clue's very clue specific, but like these are more like just bookish.
Yes, like there's only one that talks about the TBR-a-thon, and I kind of made that on purpose where everything else is really just for reading if you're like a big reader. So you're right that if it's delayed, it's not as big of a deal as long as you don't buy the TBR-a-thon one, which I don't think that's the one you're thinking about anyway. Hello, Jess. No reading at the moment. Unhauling books and setting up my new silhouette machine.
Jess, how are you unhauling more books? You have unhauled so many books. I want to have that kind of ability to unhaul books. I'm so impressed with you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I hope that unhauling you're doing like a video because I find that the most therapeutic thing to watch other people unhaul books. That is literally my favorite content on BookTube. I don't know why. I really enjoy that. Also, the silhouette machine sounded really cool. Jess was talking about it in her sprints the other day. And so I hope it works out. It's easy to use, all that jazz. Your graphics are amazing. Thanks, Bree. Also might have gotten an idea too from that map. Good. Very good. I'm glad. Very happy to help and support, especially because, it's you can collaborate and come up with ideas. So that makes me very intrigued, but also scared because Bree's mind works in certain ways that it might not be beneficial to all of us. So we shall see. Hello, cool gamer. Oh no, I haven't watched Leandra's announcement video. Oh, that's totally fine. Don't worry. Yeah,
It's not
praise for
as
yeah. So no. So don't worry, please. I do not have the diabolical mind that is Breeze, so it is far more chill. I'm going to keep going on my bonus book, The Beautiful
Ooh.
Mystery by Louise Penny, and work on my diamond painting. Cool. I have never tried Louise Penny. I've been meaning to try her though.
I think you'd like it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like
do.
mystery-esque. Maybe I don't know if she's thriller, but she's definitely intense mystery.
And it's actually got more of a cozy vibe, but it's not because it's
Ooh.
an actual detective. So it's not
Okay.
technically a cozy.
Yeah.
It's set in this really small town with these really eclectic characters. And it's all,
Mm.
well, the first 3 books are set in this small town. The 4th one isn't, which did not work for me. And
Mm.
apparently they go back after that because they realized that didn't.
They're like, okay, never mind. Yeah.
Apparently a lot of people agreed with me that that did not work. Um,
Mhm.
so we go back. But
Mhm.
yeah, I think you'd like it. It definitely has a
Mhm.
cozy vibe without being a cozy.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's
Yeah.
good to know. Yeah, I haven't officially put it down, but I haven't been reading. The hubby and I were talking about my diamond painting, and we were like, I wonder if there are naked men. So he looked, found a couple, and ordered them.
I love
Uh,
this.
the full frontal is 60 by 90 centimeters, so it's going to be a big one and take a long time to finish. That is so funny.
Hoda, how do you find these things?
Yes, you're gonna have to when you finish it. You're going to have to put it in the Discord, but maybe like cover it as a spoiler, so if people don't
Yes.
want to see this. But I will be clicking on it so that
I
I
feel
can see
like
what you're
it's fine in the Smuttober part of the Besties Discord. Like, it's fine.
talking
Just
about.
put a spoiler, but I need to see the finished product.
Yes. That is hilarious. I must say, Bonfire's customer service was great, but if this happens again, I may give up. I know, yeah, because as nice as they are, if it keeps happening, there's no point in you reaching out.
Luckily
Then you'll be on a name on like first name basis, being like, "Hey, it's Kelsey again." Be like, "Hey, Crystal," blah blah blah. I don't know why I said Crystal, but that's who I'm imagining is the random person who's helping you out. But yeah, not fun.
luckily, I've ordered from Bonfire many a time, and it's
Yeah.
never happened. So I don't
Mhm.
think it's a common Canadian problem getting it across the border. I think you just were out of luck this last
Yeah, just that one. Maybe it was a weird time, like something was happening. Who knows?
Yeah.
Um, oh, and to answer Katie's question in her sprints, the current one is of lunar moths, and I'll send a pic when it's done. Yes, I knew that. I saw you. I think you were posting in Nicole's Discord, maybe Coda, about that. I'm unhauling read books today. I think I'm finally at the end of unread books that can go. Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't read that one, just added it to my Christmas KU haul. Very nice. That's the naughty, the nice, and the nanny, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So I should be reading during the sprints, but I just bought StreamYard Plan. So I'll probably be watching tutorials for a while. Oh, yeah, like
Honestly,
getting a gist.
StreamYard's very easy to use,
Mm-hmm.
thankfully, other than when, like, anytime that I've had issues with StreamYard, it's just because, like, StreamYard's doing things behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, it's fairly easy to use, luckily.
Yeah. Yeah, which is pretty impressive because it's kind of a complex system of having them project to another. Like it's actually when it's so simple, and I thought it was going to be far more complicated, even with the basic non-paying plan. So yeah, there are some that aren't in Three Pines, but the best ones are definitely the ones in Three Pines. Yeah. So Amy agrees with your view, Brittany. Yep. This one
Oh,
isn't set
no.
in Three Pines.
Jen
Okay.
Jen was the one because when I got the one that wasn't set in 3 pens, because the first 3 books are and the 4th one isn't. And I was like,
Mhm.
do we go back? Because like I'm not continuing if we don't go back. And Jen
Yeah,
was
like
like, we
please
go back.
spoil it
And
for
I was
me.
like, okay, good. Because like I need to know. Someone needs to
Mhm.
tell me, because if we don't go back to this cozy little town with these most fun but like eclectic
Mhm.
characters, like I don't that's what I'm here for. You know?
Yeah, it's like, why did you create these characters and have this person go off on like a single journey? It's like, well, now I don't have the community that is kind of known for coziness too.
Right.
Yeah.
It was a mess.
I will totally put it in the Discord when it's finished. I'm expecting it to take a few months. These moths are only 40 by 50 centimeters, and it's been a month and a half. Oh yeah, that's going to be a huge project. It'll be funny when you like start doing it, and maybe you can go like go around the sensitive areas, like it's like a blurred image, and then you go in and start put them in. That'd be so funny. How did you like the book in the end? So I think for us, I think we both gave it about like three stars. Unfortunately, the first sprint, the synopsis and everything, all of it gave us like such excitement that it just kind of became fine and returned to a few tropes that we weren't expecting to see again. I think that's also the difference. It would have been totally different if we expected all of these tropes to keep happening, but we were under the impression that so much was going to be different. So it was just it kind of, yeah. Does that, I think I worded that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first half of the book gave us an impression of what the book was going to be. And then we decided, never mind, let's go back to what we always do. And that was unfortunate because I think it would have been really fun to explore that first half for the entirety of the book.
Yeah. Alas. I think it's a one-off, honestly. I'd be shocked if it happened again. Yeah, especially because Kelsey, would have this been the first time you bought from Bonfire for Get a Clue? Or have you bought from Bonfire before? Because I can't remember if you ever mentioned that this was your first time buying it or not. OMG, that is not what I thought of when I Yep. Apparently I've been reading way too much smut. I felt very like good about myself for being quick, being like, you said diamond painting before. I know it's diamond painting. Let's go. That is so funny.
Dying.
Do you also have a Discord? I should be posting these in. Brittany does. You guys have it for like the book club besties, right? Yeah.
We have Besties Book Club has a Discord, and B&K has a separate Discord, but Besties would have more smut specific stuff. B&K is just for our monthly book club with Kelsey. The link for that is, I can send it to you. I'm like, where is the most recent? Probably my Smuttober announcement would be
and it might even expire. You know, sometimes I don't know how it works unless you put it away. And then good news for Taylor fans. The weather is much better today, and it looks like the concert is going ahead as planned. Looks like they're much more prepared with water. Okay. Phew. The rainouts are always the worst. Or like when there's terrible weather and you're just like so many fans got so excited, and then it's just like, what do? You can't fix the situation. Yeah. Also, I see that Coda finds that hilarious, and honestly, it is.
I laughed quite hard.
I may try to do that. Yeah, exactly. Like go around. It's like this nice kind of nice little surprise. Hello, Nina. And then it was my first time. Okay, so yeah, that kind of stinks that it was your first time, but I think that also makes sense that you should give it one more shot, see what happens. And then Kelsey continues. Oh, and for our 1984 buddy read, oh, that's right, Brittany. Oh my gosh, I'd be adding a channel under our B&K Book Club Discord for February for whoever's interested. Yay! I'm glad that you're on board, Brittany, because we were kind of like, see if Brittany's read it, see if she'd be interested, because I'll totally join you all until Coda.
I have read 1984, not in a long time. I love George Orwell, so it wasn't. I mean, any other classic you might have had a harder time getting me to sign up for, but George Orwell is a pretty easy one to get me to read. So
it's meant to be. I was gonna say because I was like, I don't know if Brittany's read it, and I couldn't remember. And then Kelsey was like, it's a classic, so this is gonna be a toss up, but.
Well, we did decide to do it as a bonus book club book. We will also be doing another book club book during that month of more current. So people, if they don't want to read the classic, they don't have, they'll have another option.
So. Okay, well that makes Coda and me feel very special because then we can join you all. And it looks like Ro is willing to join too.
Hi.
Yahoo! So
love
exciting. Drop links, please, for the Smut Discord and for Kelsey's.
Am I an admin?
That's a good question. That's on me, isn't it? I get to choose who's admin. How do you do that? Can I do it?
If you go to the actual YouTube chat, like on YouTube, and click the name, there's an add moderator button.
I've never done this before.
You were not a moderator on my channel until this afternoon when I went, why is Leandra not blue?
What's going on? Yeah, let me see here.
There, I commented, so you can just click my name. And then, yes, I'll put them in during the next one.
It's very weird because I can, see us while I'm doing this, and it freaks me out.
Yeah, it's like
Um,
it's like what is happening?
how?
So if you
Oh,
click my comment, it should have add moderator.
participants, moderation activity.
Could be. I do it from my phone usually.
How do I do this? Participants, community moderation.
Could be. I usually
Everyone's
just
gonna watch me do this. You know what I can do? I don't know why I'm doing it in front of everyone. Let me do it during the sprint.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Perfect.
That sounds smart. Okay, sounds good. Also, I see a few more people chatting in the thing, and we'll get to those. Let me mark. I'm gonna star Coda's, and then well, we might as well say hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Josh. Thanks for being here. Very much appreciated. I've been wanting to read 1984, so I may join you also. Yes, Jen. I volunteer for Mod Power. Yes, Bree, thank you. Well, once I figure this out, you all are going to be graying and old before I find out, but I promise I'm going to do it. 1984 by Orwell, brilliant novel. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. I'm interested in the possible buddy read too.
Yay! Well, we're going to have a fun time reading it.
On that high note, let's switch screens, and then I will have us go for 60 minutes. So see everybody in 60 minutes. Bye. Do, 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 do. I don't know if the sound went off or not. Oh, I can't.
Oh, I heard the sound.
Oh, what's going on with... Oh, try again.
Somebody else did.
I think I also, you know what? My entire computer was on silent. So so I apologize, everybody.
It just
how...
like it was a nanosecond before.
Okay, I was gonna say, because I was like, I didn't hear anything, so I'm gonna make the noise so don't scare anyone. And then I was like, maybe that did scare people. I don't know. But how did everybody do? How did you do? Where are you at, Brittany?
I am at 26%.
Oh my gosh, I'm at 26% too.
I love it. We're finally together.
Finally. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. What are your thoughts?
Oh. Oh no. Okay. So I like that we did not go with someone from the tribe. I think that was a good choice. This is
I agree.
Martok. I still think there's a significant age difference.
I'm thinking that too, or at least we're not as bad as who was it? Harlow and was it Rook?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do feel like there's a heavy, significant like power dynamic of knowledge and maturity. So that is weird.
Big time. Yes, she is an adult. It is very much stated in like chapter 1 that she is an adult. But I think she's just an adult, and maturity-wise, it's not coming off that way.
Yeah, and I can't tell if it's just because she's so innocent and naive in general. Yeah.
But because we've known her as a child, I think that was the wrong way to take it.
Yeah, especially because when the thing is, there's a certain dynamic that I'm enjoying. I'm finding it a really interesting setup, the way that these people have come, like conflict-wise. Like, I think there's going to be some interesting conflict happening between these characters, like beyond who else is on the ship who've kind of arrived. But yeah, like I'm like when she kind of came prancing up and she's like half naked because the weather is just the way, she's got her queen, everything's fine. But they're all like, oh, she's just this naked woman. She's like, hello, welcome. And I don't know, like she doesn't realize that she is very much an object of like sexual desire at the moment, I don't think.
No, and no, she doesn't. And I think the stark contrast between how and they do point out how innocent she is so much. They really want to hit that home. And I would prefer we didn't. I would prefer maybe she was a bit older, maybe had seen a few more things, because like no one else in the tribe, like the tribe is not that way. It hasn't been that way this entire time. So like Asha also grew up on this planet and was not that way. So like I don't think that's necessary, especially for someone if we're supposed to like, again, we met her as a child, so I really needed her to be very mature and older.
And she's probably heard the stories of how complicated it was when the humans first arrived, like, them trying to get to know each other. So I feel like she's like, oh, all of these people must be kind of like us and everything. And I'm like, girl, like you've met another species before. So what, like, I don't know why she's kind of, I feel like she's being surprised by certain things that she shouldn't be surprised by. And oh my gosh, Chompy. The whole situation with Chompy. I was like, what is going on? What a weird way to start their relationship.
I mean, that's a meet cute if that's what you want to go with.
That's quite a meat trauma. Trauma cute is what that is. Jeez.
But even in the way she reacted to that was very strange to me.
Yeah, like she was so upset, but she was also still trusting. I'm like, I was expecting it to be a turn where suddenly it'd be like, no, these people are, danger, blah, blah, blah. And then she was still super chill, just following around. Yeah.
I was like, this doesn't, the emotion doesn't affect it wasn't lining up.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
I really think that it would have been better because it was a few years where she's trying to shed this cuteness and this naivety and be like rebellious. I feel like that could have really worked for her arc. And this one, I'm really worried for her. Like I
I
don't,
am
yeah,
concerned. I am
yeah.
I don't know how romantic this is gonna be. I think it's gonna be a little bit like,
Mm-hmm.
"Is everything okay?"
Yeah. He's got like a bit of, from what I can understand, like disability rep,
Yes.
which is kind of
I
cool.
don't dislike the character. I
Yeah.
just don't I kind of wish they would have brought this in with a different female character, or like I said, just done her older and like maybe she's had some experiences in the tribe that would have
Mhm.
lined her up to be more of the personality of like Osh. Not personality, but like you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah, like I like him. I think that she could have been tweaked because he seems like a good character. I like how like his certain reactions to her, and then like I'm at the scene where they're at this table and they're kind of conversing, getting language, and
Yes.
the one guy's like trying to shake her hand and she turns to Marduk and he's just like, don't do it. Like because he's a bit like jealous. He's like, don't touch his hand. She's like, okay. So I did find that funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how this, but I feel like it's just gonna be a mess. Like she's gonna get everybody into some, there's gonna be some
It,
danger, I think, or something. I
it
don't know.
does feel messy, doesn't it? It does
Hmm,
feel like it's
hmm.
going. I don't know if this one might not be maybe, which is unfortunate because I think the romance has to be done well for us to like the romance. And I'm wondering because there seems to be an aspect of world building at this point that we're going to try and build the world, but this one actually needed to be more focused on the romance for the romance to work.
Hmm, hmm.
If that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Which is unfortunate because I think the world needs to be built. Like that's good to support
Hmm,
the 9 more books that are following. We
hmm.
need something to have.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting? I was thinking of that as we were reading this. I was like, this is kind of an inverted version of the first book.
It is. It really is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hmm, hmm. And but I think that the first book was set up a bit bad. Like, well, I think the first book we were set up for a lot of traumatic events too. So some of you have
Yes.
mentioned back in Brittany's sprints that you might want to, you're going to start with book one, which we're really excited about. But we should say too, be prepared that the first, handful of chapters does have a lot of content warnings,
Mhm.
as far as like abduction, SA,
Yeah.
and various other things. So just be aware of that.
Mhm.
So this one started off a lot more light and fluffy in a weird way, even though I mentioned the trauma cute. So I know that sounds very weird, but I don't know how else to mention.
Trauma cute. We're
Like,
coining the term today, everyone.
it's here. This is the foundation of it. But yeah, like I feel as though, yeah, we're seeing a repetition, like, a repeated almost retelling of book one in a
But
different
but
way.
reversed. Yes.
Yeah, so it's interesting, especially with the dynamic of the woman being naive about the other people, whereas I also think that um Vectal and Georgie, they were on more equal footing of ignorance.
They were. And I think also Georgie was not a young Georgie's
No.
like was almost 30. So
Yeah.
like
Mhm,
it
mhm,
didn't, yes, obviously it was still very jarring, but
mhm,
to find an equally aged man was, fine.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas, also, like, Georgie, like, she wasn't a virgin, for instance,
Oh,
where we can understand that, in this case, Farley is, on top of the fact that she's very young, on top of the fact that she doesn't know anything, there's a lot of, like, again, the power dynamic is so skewed, it's so different and, like, imbalanced, so we'll see. I'll be interested to see anyone else who's in the comments who've read it, or, like, Lexi, who's currently reading it, what she thinks of it.
yeah.
Um, Also, there was a lot of comments that came in, so we'll get through those quickly.
Good.
Right before we left, Amy had mentioned intrigued by 1984, but also intimidated. This might be the time to read it as a group, though. When you're intimidated by something, it's nice to have a buddy read. Might join, read it first as audio. Yeah, there's also, it might not be the same experience for obvious reasons, but there is a graphic novel for 1984, if I understand correctly. So
Oh,
for those of you who might be interested in doing it that way, especially if you've read 1984 before, for instance, Brittany, maybe you want to try the graphic novel, see that kind of thing. It is heavy and political, but so good. Bree mentioned, I just want to see your thoughts on 1984. I did not have a great time with it. Yeah, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we feel about it, because I won't be surprised that not everyone's gonna love it. Like, I feel like that's something we have to go in and know that that's gonna happen. And then Rye joined us. Hello, Rye. If you're still here, welcome, welcome. Hello, Beatrice. Welcome back. Also, the comments, you're going to have to scroll up a little bit, but Brittany did mention a few of these things because I figured out how to make modifiers. So we've got the B&K Book Club for those who want to do 1984, or again, just want to be in the background and hear our thoughts. That'll be in February, though, so you've got time. And then also the Besties Discord. So both of those things if you want to join the fun. And then I'm back again. It was dinner time in here, in Portugal. So I could watch the end of Brittany's live. Yay! I hope you had a lovely dinner.
Yes.
But oh my God, Babel was such a roller coaster. I was not expecting half of what happened, but I truly love the book. Well, I'm sure Brittany's very excited to hear that.
I commented.
Oh, great. Perfect. I think it's a 5-star, even though it was so hard to finish it. I think the 4 stars is not enough. Oh, okay. For the book. Yeah, 4 stars might just not be enough. And then you said you were so glad. And then Coda thanked you for putting in the Discord links. Apparently I'm getting no reading done and just working on creative templates. Totally fine. Wrap up templates and December templates. Lovely. That's part of the productivity part. We support that. Michaela also joined us. Hi, Michaela. What are you reading? What are you doing? Nina says, Leandra, I just watched your readathon video. Thank you so much for watching it, Nina. I really appreciate it. You are ahead of the game, already thinking of 2024. I'm still trying to survive what's left of 2020. Valid. You do your best. Survive 2023 first before you have to think about 2024. I support that. I actually was thinking about sharing this readathon a little bit later in the month, but then I was like, you know what? I've recorded it. I might as well get everything done. Brittany definitely inspired me too, because I think I had mentioned potential, like the premiere video in one of your sprints, and you guys were like, oh, you might as well share it. And I was like, okay, I'll share it a Sunday early and do it during Ice Planet Barbarian sprints. So yeah, and also some people do like to get ahead early. I haven't seen anyone else mention any January readathons as well, so I kind of wanted to get the word out there so people could have it in mind while other people mention theirs. If there's like a competitive one going on, they know that mine exists too if they want to do both. So I didn't want it to get lost in the shuffle. Just signed up. Oh, thanks, Nina. I hope you have so much fun. But also, again, focus on 2023 first. I think the same way, though, already looking into what books and challenges, etc., to do for next year. Yeah. Lovely. I get kind of bored end of the year, so start fresh earlier than normal, planning ahead. Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of us are, for those who are bullet journaling too, Jess, who was in the comments at one point, the Hex Library, she was talking about how she's already setting up her bullet journal for 2024. And I was like, I am behind on her schedule because I have not even thought about that. Just signed up for the readathon. Great. It sounds so fun. I will probably do the bingo one.
Bingo looks so fun.
Yeah.
They all look so fun. Like, amazing.
I'm so glad. I was trying to do it so that all different types of readers could kind of enjoy and not feel that they were being a bit pigeonholed depending on what you're interested in. For my TBR, it looked like the easiest one. Oh, yay. I have been meaning to read 1984 forever. Since it is my birth year, I am turning 40 in February. Oh my gosh. Well, happy early birthday. This buddy read is perfect. Honestly, it's almost a perfect storm. You're turning 40. You're born in 1984 in February. Yeah, you need to join us if you want, Alicia. No pressure. But hello, Kiana. How are you? What are you reading right now? Have you finished your book that you were reading? The sound worked. Oh, yay. Oh my gosh. I had no idea. So yes, lovely. Cause it was definitely me on my technology. I think it was because I didn't want you all to hear me watching my own sprints when I was trying to figure out the mods.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. And so I was like, what am I doing? Just joined. Hello, Emily. I'll be working on Sword Catcher the next sprint. Great. Got to 36% and finished with cookies. Oh, lovely. That sounds delicious. Going to be making a trip to my grandma's to bring her some cookies. So we'll lose signal for a bit. That's totally fine, Lexi. That is an honorable mission. Your grandma needs cookies ASAP. 40% into Big Summer. How are you feeling about this, Kelly? Because I didn't mention this, but I did attempt to read this at one point. I ended up DNFing it because I think I entered it thinking it was going to be a different genre, and there are multiple types of genres in this book at one time. So yeah, let me know your thoughts, Kelly. Got to 32%. Great. I did some housekeeping things and got sucked into TikTok.
It happens.
Yeah, we've all been there. Do. Yep, that's me. At first I was like, I don't know what Danny's doing. And I'm like, oh, she's making fun of me. I was like, this is what I think the sound is. Got to 28% of my book. Great. Hello, Beatrice. Welcome back. Still here, still reading. Also had lunch with son and hubby on his break from work. Oh my gosh, great. I made it to part 3 in Snakes and Serpents. Serpents and Snakes.
Songbirds and Snakes.
Songbirds and Snakes. Where is the serpents coming from? I wish I could speed it up more. Oh my gosh. Suddenly you're at like at 4 times speed if you could.
I mean, we've all done that at times.
Yeah. We are doing Ice Planet Barbarians number 11. So it's called Barbarian's Choice. Have you read any of the Ice Planet Barbarians, Emily? Where are you at in the series? I ate lunch, and now it looks like I may have to change the lights on my tree because a whole strand just went out. No!
This just happened to me yesterday.
It's so early in the season.
I'm not alone. I was so frustrated because it was right in the middle, and I was like, so the whole tree went out from basically the middle up because obviously there was one in the middle that didn't work. So I had to like find where they were connected in the tree. And of course it's green cords amongst green tree. And it was just,
and you're like sifting around, and yeah, no, it's so frustrating, especially depending on the type. If it doesn't really indicate to you like which bulb doesn't work, or is it just the whole strand? Like how do you fix it?
I just got rid of the strand. I was like, I'm not trying to figure out which one it is.
Not dealing with it.
No.
Yeah. But I do need to head out. Thank you, Bullfish Prince. Yeah, thanks for being here, Julie. You've been here for a long time. I started the chase for room 2 for Professor Plum. Yes, love to hear it. I finished the Gentleman's Guide to Vice and Virtue for room 6. Very nice, Linz. I hope you enjoyed it. Got to 35% in Adelaide. Oh my gosh, and you just started Adelaide today. I feel like
nice. In the later part of the sprints too.
Yes, exactly. Like you didn't start off the day with Adelaide, I'm pretty sure. So
we were reading The Naughty Nice and the Nanny first.
That's right. That's where it started. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Alicia, you are trucking today. Got to 35%. What'd you say?
I'm impressed that I remember that.
I know, me too. Because I was like, I can't remember what Alicia was reading. But then you're right, because we have mentioned it a few times. It intrigued other people. So that we should have remembered the nanny one too, the alliteration. Got to 35% and some stuff just went down. This is the last in a series and I'm nervous.
Oh no.
I hope it works out in your favor, Danny. Got to chapter 21 of 29 of Glass Sword. I also got a chicken and rice casserole started in the slow cooker for dinner. Oh my gosh, so productive. I'm listening to Rain, the last book in the American Royal series, and doing chores. I got dinner in the slow cooker and took the trash out. It sounds like Sunday is a slow cooker kind of cooking choice, and I support that. I just joined in that sprint, and I am reading Shattered by Mari Mancusi. Great. Welcome, Christy. 68%. Had lunch and was talking to my parents. Finished a place mat for Thanksgiving. Oh my gosh, just in time. Perfect. Working on school stuff and getting frustrated with it. Oh no, Amy, I'm sorry. I hope that it ends up, working out and being worth the frustration, because sometimes you're like, am I spending too many hours on something that isn't even going to pay off? Crocheted placemat now. I have 2 of 7 done. Need to stop procrastinating. Yes. Thanksgiving is upon us. It's Sunday. Don't work on it. I know, right? But if it's for Monday's class or something, I think that's probably why she's in her classroom. Yeah, it is stressful. Georgie was 22, 23. Yeah, so early 20s, but still, I think she was, for some reason, just because she was sexually experienced and because she also just went through, she was also a bit of a leader. She just had a different type of personality that I feel a bit more comfortable with her being in that situation.
Well, and we didn't know her since childhood either.
Mm-hmm. And again, she kind of had the upper hand, at least understanding technology. Whereas at the time, Vectol, he had certain strategies on the planet, but that's where his, like, he wasn't, like, I don't know, it wasn't one person who knew everything, which I feel like with Marduk, however you say his name, he feels like he's, a bit stronger.
Yeah.
They were taken younger for reasons. Yeah. Yes. Good point. If you were a character in a mystery novel, what kind of character most fits in with your personality?
Ooh. Oh, that's a hard question.
Yeah. I would like to think that I'm the detective.
Oh, I'm not. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I feel like I might be the person who, like, I feel like if I was, depending on what the crime is, I could totally see myself, if I feel like the person had a valid reason, I would help them. I would like cover up evidence and stuff. I don't know why. I could just see myself being that.
I feel like we've now circled back to that if you went to jail comment.
Yes.
I helped someone in a murder.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I would hide the body. I'd find fingerprints, just wash them off a little bit. I don't know. I could just in a fictional setting where I'm like, yeah, that person probably was the worst. I might save the person. She does mention that he is the perfect age for her, which I disagree, but girl, you do you. Yeah, I don't, and I don't even know if we're at that. I don't know if she's mentioned his age yet. Maybe I haven't gotten to that point yet.
I think it's hard because we don't really know her age either. They just say that she's now adult, like she's grown into her adulthood or something like that. That's what they say. But we don't really know her age anymore because there's now people who have had like one kid that now have 3. So like there's been a time jump because Josie went from like being pregnant the last time we saw Josie to now having like 3 kids. So it's been a minute.
I think it's just her personality hasn't shown us that it's been.
It's not. It's the. I think it's like you hit on the head. The difference in knowledge, the difference in that is where is the issue, I think.
Yeah. Would you ever let your subscribers choose your books for the year? Probably not for the year. I would be down for like letting subscribers like choose like maybe like my TBR for the month or like vote on certain books where I'm like, hey, I'm in between like these 5 books. You choose what I read next. That could be really fun. Yeah. But the year, oh my gosh. I mean, especially when depending on how many books you read. Like I recently hit 100. You're far past that, Brittany. So that would be crazy.
Close to 250, I think. I don't know where I'm at. But
that would be a lot of books to have people choose. Yeah. I did share the readathon announcement with a friend. Thanks, Tina. That's so nice of you. I'm totally doing sprints for your readathon. Yes, Lexi. We'll probably have them scheduled within next 2 weeks. Great. I was chatting with Neva on Instagram just a little bit to pick her brain because she has created like playlists for the 24-hour readathon, and so I might do something like that for the TBR-a-thon, just so that like if you tell me you're doing sprints for it, then I'll throw it in, and then it's like this nice long playlist all month. So yes, that sounds great. I read 1984 in high school as an assignment, so it took all the fun out of it. I wonder what I would think now. Yeah, that is a great point. Meanwhile, Coda says, Team 84. I remember Coda saying he was born in 84 as well. That is so funny. We're reading 1984 in February. Count me in. Yes, Kiana. Woohoo! And also, again, all of it will be occurring in the Discord for B&K. So that'll be, you just got to scroll up a little bit and you'll see the comment from Brittany. Yes, Coda. Had y'all muted while I was filming and Unhaul. Yes, I'm so excited for that video. While I was filming, yeah, that was emotionally taxing. Oh, I bet it was. It's probably, Unhauls are probably fun to watch, but much more like pressure to try to discuss and explain and go through all of it.
Especially with books you've read, because like you kind of feel like you have to like justify decisions.
Yeah, felt the same way about The Thin Red Line. I thought it was so boring in middle school. Yeah, I feel like any book that we read in high school or middle school, if we didn't like it, you might have to give yourself a second chance to read it again. I used to bring my grandpa cookies every month before he passed last year, and grandma would always yell that he doesn't need any, so I still bring her cookies every month.
I love
That's
that.
so lovely. Yeah. Serpents is coming from every other YA fantasy series in the world. Yeah, I was like, serpents, snakes, things with scales, with long, creepy tongues. I don't know. Leandra, do you think it's true that teachers are not provided enough info and support for classroom management practices? I read an article that said that's a main reason teachers leave profession. 100%. Yes. And I can't speak for every single country or every single school district, every single state, but I think generally a lot of teachers don't get the supports they need, whether it be supplies, whether it be enough flexibility as well. There's a lot more pressure. They don't have the same level of respect, even though they are carrying the education of an entire next generation every passing year. And on top of that, like the work doesn't end. You know, it's not like you're working a 9 to 5. The work continues. I've seen where teachers will like log their hours for like a month or for a week to show how much they're working, and they'll show that they're earning just a few dollars an hour, arguably, because of how much work happens outside of the classroom. So yeah, unfortunately. And like Amy can weigh in because she actually does work in more of the K through 12 scenario. I don't, so I can only speak as an outsider, but that's what I've observed. I read the whole series and the Ice Planet Home series. Okay, Emily, you are our live-in expert.
Yeah.
Yes, and you can guide us. The middle of my tree went out yesterday. Had to get a separate string of lights and put them in. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Everyone's like lights are going crazy today or this week. Yeah, it was a whole strand towards the top. What the heck? I mean, y'all also started out the day in a different book. Yep.
That's a good point, Alicia.
That is a very good point, Alicia. For some reason, I didn't even think about the fact that we are literally doing the same thing as you. And we're on like 26% of ours, so we're not far behind you either. Anyway, so funny. I have never read Thin Red Line, but too many schools are forced to teach the same books in the same boring ways. I'd wager a lot of people stopped reading because of it. Yes, 100%. Also, a lot of teachers don't get to choose, like which books that they like. It's like you got to teach this book. So if like the teacher didn't like that book, that's totally their preference. You're allowed to not like a book, but to be forced to teach it to someone else every single year, you're gonna feel the vibes from that and not like it either. The Gentleman's Guide to Vice and Virtue is a cute, ooh, gay romance, or not romance, but it seems like it's a gay romance, historical. Yeah,
sounds like it.
Mm-hmm. I have minestrone soup going in a slow cooker. Yeah, again, slow cookers. Sounds delicious. And this is, oh, hi, Ro.
Oh, Ro, I knew you were going to switch to a different account, but I didn't put it together until right now.
I didn't even register either. I was like, cool, someone named Christelle's here.
Well, and I should have, because the last name is the same as on your Instagram. So I should have put it together, but I'm 7 hours into this live stream. So what I can put together is who knows.
We're lucky we're coherent at this point. If I ever want to commit a crime, I now know who to call. Yes. Yeah, I'm the type of person where if I discover something, I'll like, if I find like a note that says, hey, I did it, I'll be like, put that in my pocket. It's fine. Just mind my own business. I swear this is the longest 2 hours left ever. Oh my gosh. I'm close to 50% through and it still says just over 2 hours. It's like the book is getting longer as I read it. Luckily, I am enjoying it.
Oh,
that's good. Kind of. I just really want to start IPB today. I know, Christina. Soon. I would be the red herring suspect in a mystery who seems unlikable, but turns out to be the kind and misunderstood one. Oh, yes. So everyone would be like, oh, Chris totally did this murder. And you're like, I didn't do anything. I love that. I would be the nosy characters who ends up murdered after I tell someone that I figured out the whole thing. You'd be like, I know exactly who did it. Next chapter, Shannon has mysteriously gone missing. Yikes, that means I would have to read Lord of the Flies again. Yeah. I know, if you start thinking about it, you're like, maybe not.
Maybe not that one.
Meanwhile, Emily loved it. I felt traumatized by it. Honestly, yeah, maybe skip it. That's totally fine. Yeah, it's kind of a good point. But I have loved books that are inspired by Lord of the Flies, so I almost think I might like it. Yeah, I've read a few Lord of the Flies-esque books, and it is one of those... it's a plot that you can tell a lot of people have built off of, like what is it called? Like Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. That's one of those books. Teachers do not get paid enough for the job they do.
No,
Yeah.
they don't.
From a teacher. Amy agrees. This is true. I am, oh my gosh, high school sped. Thank you so much for also being a part of the special education. I'm sure that that's really taxing too. All teaching realms are taxing, but that one I think also especially doesn't get enough support. Beginning of my career, I worked until 9 p.m. and on weekends now. If it doesn't get done by 4 p.m. and rarely I stay that late this year, then it doesn't get done. Yeah, like you have to set boundaries for yourself. You have to, yeah. It's on the district. It's on like legislation to like help you support your students as best you can. But if it's unhealthy for you, then you're obviously not helping your students as much either. So yeah. And I am in my 12th year teaching and have not really repeated much lessons. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like you've got to adapt every single year. So even if you've created all these lessons to suggest that, oh yeah, it'll be totally easy, you don't have to do any prep next year, it's like that's a lie.
Well, especially in special education, because every year you would have students that learn very differently and need different supports for different things every year. It would be very, and that's also the same for non-special education because everyone learns differently and you have to adapt, but especially in that.
Yeah, well, special, they've got specific accommodations, like more unique accommodations, and it's a whole other. And I don't think regular teachers, regular being as in traditional teaching, just the traditional certification, they should also be trained far more in special education, even if that's not their specialization. And I don't think that programs are doing that enough at the higher ed level, so that when you enter public school or a private school, and maybe you don't have a special education assistant or co-teacher with you, you're not prepared either. So yeah, which isn't the teacher's fault, by the way.
No.
Yeah, correct in saying that Lord
We give our schools enough resources, which is there's the main issue right down to it.
Well, on that note of us all being like teachers should be appreciated, teachers should be like taken care of. Let's go into another hour-long sprint so that we can get a lot of reading done. I will switch the screens and I will see everybody soon. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all were productive and enjoyed your reads. Brittany and I had a trip. We have had an interesting time. That's all I can say.
I'm glad we're doing it together. Like that's I'm glad.
Yeah, I feel like it's strong to say it makes it worth it, but it's definitely much better than if I were reading it by myself. I'm glad that I have someone to talk to.
If you could just be a wall on our Instagram chats, yeah.
My intention was to keep the Instagram open so that if I miss any points, I could look at it being like, oh yeah, that was an interesting interaction, just so I don't miss anything, because I'm at 47% now. I just got to the crayon comments.
You just got to the crayons?
Yep, just got to the crayons.
Yeah.
Which is interesting that they have a word for crayons, but they don't have a word for cursing, for swearing.
Yeah. Because that is annoying me to no end.
Yeah, it's interesting how they can translate what crayons might be, but they can't translate what other things would be. So very interesting. But
okay.
It's just, this might actually be a silent chat, because I feel like we just need to process this.
I mean,
I will say that for those who are here,
so uncomfortable.
Yeah, like I can't express how fetishizing it is, the idea of her being childlike, and how everyone's in agreement that she seems like a child, and so it's really weird. And then her interactions are like that. She's like swinging her feet when she's sitting there waiting for an examination.
The fact that he compares her to a child so often,
yeah,
that's where yes, she acts like a child, but the fact that he compares her, he'll be like, just like the swinging her legs. He's like swinging her legs like a kit, which is their word for a child. Then he's like, and then he starts to purr, and I'm like,
yeah, no, and it's so gross that she's like, it's this weird thing where because he's also so much older than what her mental state seems to be, or what her emotional state seems to be, because they say that he's 38 and she's 22, and like maybe in their years she's 25, like because of the year transfer, but she's still 25. He's 38, and she 100% does not sound like a 25-year-old. She doesn't act like a 25-year-old. She's constantly described as innocent, as literally, even like the one captain, our love interest captain, is like, I don't like, maybe she is being honest, but I feel like she must be like pretending to be this innocent. Like, he doesn't even trust her, but he thinks she's pretending to be a child, because he's like, this can't be real. Like, it's very weird. And on top of that, we've just learned, and I feel like this can't be a spoiler because we're already in 11 and so much has happened, you're not going to remember this, but the fact that our one male love interest has been kind of honest about how he doesn't want kids and he doesn't want family, and he's never been thought about it seriously. And I'm like, that's what this entire series is. Like, whether you're into that or not, this is very clearly a series about creating families, so you have to be on board for that. And the fact that one of our love interests isn't, it's like, at least all of the protagonists earlier, everyone's been very family focused on both sides. So like, at least their values are the same, and that's why it's fine. But because his values are so different, I'm like, I don't like this. Yeah.
And I think it even adds that we've seen her grow up. So like, when we first met this main character, she was 10 and she still seems so young. Like, her personality is still so young. So even though, yes, she may be 22, I personally think the ages were added in editing because they seem like they were shoved in there.
Yeah, it was like, wait, let's quickly mention this, that in case people are wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, or every time, I think we mentioned when he was like, oh, she's so innocent, like a child or like a kid, blah, blah, but she's far from a child. And it's like, okay, we get it. You're really trying to remind us that she's not a child, even though you're pushing
the whole
that
book
narrative.
makes it feel like she's a child.
Yeah, like even like the way she pokes things, and she's just so, I don't know, it's her mannerisms are very childlike too.
And I said this to Leandra, this would be a book that if we weren't doing this read along series, I would not finish it.
No.
I'm just like at the level of that I am uncomfortable is very high. And I have not felt that with the other books. Like we have loved most of. So this is definitely like one off in the series.
Yeah, unless you feel the same way about Harlow and Rook.
Because we did feel a little uncomfortable, but not to this level. This is a whole
and also because Harlow was aware. Like she's like, this isn't like you could tell that she was like, this is especially because there's like resonating, there's things forcing them. And so she was very conscious as well that this was like a forced situation crazy. Whereas like, I don't know, the male character, he's very aware of his power. He's like, and he doesn't seem to fully grasp I don't know, the problematic area of it. So yeah, and also the fact that because we're continuing the series, we have to keep reading it in case there's important detail information. Like there's so much.
Probably is because it opens up the world a little bit with where our male main character came from. That's all I'll say. But where this man appeared from.
Yeah.
I think there might be important bits that we'll need to know for future books.
Yes. So it's like we have to keep going to be informed, but we want to get through these sections. And it's just the other thing that's so weird about it is that all of the other characters are like, this is a bad idea. Like this isn't,
everyone
like, this is not good.
Everyone's uncomfortable, not just us.
So it's like, what is going on that like we're relating to these secondary characters who are like, yeah. Anywho. So I hope everyone else's sprints went well. Let's see where we're at. I think that we left off where Emily, we were talking about teachers and how they're underappreciated in many areas. My students will ask if I graded their text the next day after taking it. When I say no, I say, did you work on schoolwork last night? No, then why should I have to? And then they're good. Yeah, it's true. It's a suggestion of and I think they just don't process that, being like, I should be able to clock out when everyone else kind of clocks out mentally. So yeah, agreed. Neither are paraprofessionals. Yeah, paraprofessionals too, 100%. Going for a walk with my mom. So not sure if I'll be back for the next chatty bit, but I'll get back on at some point, leaving you on in the background for watch hours. Thanks, Danny. Yes. Also, Danny, Danny's probably gone and is going to come back for a little while, but I made her a moderator too because I was like, if I don't know how to do this, so I'm just going to be making. So I made a bunch of people moderators because I was like, I can't trust myself to know how to do this again. So she'll be blue in the comments, I think. Just watched the TBR-a-thon announcement. Oh, thank you. Definitely fits my channel's theme, very much so, the TBR tackle. I will be trying for 3 challenges: bingo, scavenger hunt, and book chain. Yes. I wish you luck. I think that's a good combination. I think you can definitely do all 3 like simultaneously if you want, depending on what you do. I accept the Discord next. Very nice.
I know my Discord was going off there for a minute. I was like, what's happening?
Yeah, it's like wave to everybody who's just arrived.
Everybody joined. Hello, everyone. Yes.
I've been out busy all day. Totally understandable. Just watched the TBR-a-thon announcement. Looks fun. Oh, thank you. Yes, it's very exciting. A lot of people in Team Plum have been really supportive too in the chat. So if you're on Team Plum and you've been a part of that, thank you so much. Only took us 34 minutes to get the lights off the tree. Oh my gosh. Tree is 6 years old and was bought pre-lit. So that's even worse. A whole other dragon to take care of. Working on refluffing, and then we'll be putting on the twinkle lights that are prettier. Anyway, okay, good. Silver lining.
Yeah.
But it is weird when you got to refluff it and make it look real again. Up to 46% in the serpent and the wings. See, serpent. Wings of night, and just cleaned all the bathrooms. Good job, Vanessa. That is a chore that none of us like to do. So good job. Time to diamond paint. Yes, reward yourself after getting some more cleaning done. Hey, friends. Hello, Rainy. Back home and resting. I'm so exhausted, but read up to 40% of none of this is true. I'm just so intrigued. Good. I know that Brittany's very excited about this. I'm
very excited. Honestly, you are in for a trip. So have fun.
Yeah. And also, oh my gosh, chill out, relax. Because you've got so many things going on top of the fact that you were busy all day. I made it to chapter 24. I had a coupon for Chirp for $5 for your first audiobook. I've never heard of Chirp, have I?
Sure.
So I justified purchasing. Yes, I think it sounds like a sound choice. And now I'm cruising at 2.7. Oh, we love it. We love to see it.
Honestly,
Totally
I
worth
think I'm
it.
going to up the audiobook.
Oh, same. Yeah, we'll do that together because I'm just we need to get through this.
I feel so uncomfortable.
And you know what sucks is you mentioned it first, and I was like, you know what, you're right. All of my sprints, we have got the bad books. So I'm so sorry, everybody, but we tend to have the worst books in Ice Planet Barbarians. Whereas on Brittany's, we've got like the 5 stars, the 4 stars.
I'm sorry. I also almost want to amend my rating of the book that we read on my sprints because now I'm thinking maybe I should give it a 4. Maybe I was too harsh.
Genuinely. And if we had switched the order, which obviously we can't because we went in this way, but it would have been so refreshing. It would have been so lovely to be with Asha, even though we were seeing similar tropes and all. I would have been like, yes, thank goodness.
Oh, thank God.
Yes, we're back to like rational thinking.
And we were wondering if we weren't liking the second book because we were tired by this point, and that is not the case with this.
No.
Like I can say that with full certainty that is not the case.
Yeah, last time it was eggs. This time it's a different type of eggs within a childlike character. Like they're talking about her ovulation. Stop! Why? I can't do it. I just, oh my gosh.
No.
Meanwhile, Kelly DNF'd Big Summer. This is where we're at tonight.
You didn't like this book either, did you?
I didn't. I DNF'd it too, Kelly. So let me know why you DNF'd it because we probably have the same reason. Made it to page 168. I'm at 44%, trying to finish it today. Okay, you can do it. We're only like halfway through the book, so we'll definitely have like a few sprints, a couple more sprints to go, maybe 2. Yeah. 2 more. That's what I'm thinking too.
Especially if we speed it up, which I am very much planning on.
Yes, that was the best idea you've had all day. I got to page 64 of Anxious People. Great. Got to 48% and Home from Grandma's. Yay, Lexi. I hope that she appreciated all of the cookies. I'm so jealous of your grandma. I read 3 more chapters of Glass Sword. I have 5 chapters left. Yes, Sarah. I also got a bunch of this diamond painting done. Totally going to be done with it by tonight.
That's exciting.
All you have to do now is wait for the naked man to arrive on your doorstep in diamond painting form, in case people don't understand what I'm saying. Hi, friends. Just joined. Eating dinner and continuing with looking for Alaska. Sounds good, Selena. I hope that it's getting better for you. I know that you were struggling with this one when we were on Amy's sprint. You weren't really liking it. The audiobook was messing with you too. So yeah, I hope it's getting better. Meanwhile, oh no, that gives me the ick. Yes, and the thing is, you made this comment a while ago, so I'm sure you have even bigger icks now.
Like us too.
Yeah. I continued with The Swordsman's Lament, but I think I'm going to soft DNF for now. I just can't get into it. Understandable, especially if you feel like you know it's the timing. Like if it doesn't feel like the right time lens, soft DNF it. I got to 52%, wandered around my kitchen for too long, trying to figure out something for dinner. Got no ideas. Think it is pizza night.
I support this.
Yes. Especially when you've like already wasted so much time trying to think of stuff. And then once you finally come up with it, now it's the prep. Pizza sounds good.
Pizza's always good.
One day I'll read Ice Planet Barbarian and then try to catch up to y'all. Are they on KU? Yes, right?
Yes. And the audios are on Scribd, and some of the audios, not all of them, are Audible Plus, are part of the Audible Plus catalog. So, and I can also get them through my Libby. So you might want to also check your Libby out. Actually, Rainey, you should be able to get it through one of your library cards because I know we have a similar library as well. So.
Yeah. Plus, so I listened to the first book, or like the first book in these sprints, so book 10 on Libby. But most of the book, it's been half and half, maybe. A lot of the books I got from Hoopla. So Rainey, I know we talk about Hoopla and how it can't be that, it's not awesome depending on what you're looking for. My experience, Hoopla has all of the Ice Planet Barbarian books. So usually, if I can't get on Libby, I'll be able to use my Hoopla borrows for that. So, like for the audio, I haven't seen any of the physical as an e-reader stuff.
So there's lots of ways to get it, which is nice.
Yeah. So honestly, it's actually really accessible. What's interesting about the
Very,
series is it's across all platforms
very.
in various forms. Yeah. About to watch your video, Leandra. Oh, Rainy, thank you so much. And also, I've tried to be really conscious, like within our Get a Clue Readathon various channels, that my intention is not to detract from Get a Clue Readathon. We're still going strong. This is an amazing readathon that Rainy has done so much work for. So I in no way to like distract people from it. So like if people have questions, feel free to ask like in the video or like reach out to me individually. I put on a poll as well because a few people were mentioning Discord, which I didn't even think to create one. So if people are interested, if they really want one, I can do it, and it'll just be for TBR-a-thon, so it'll only be like in existence for that month for us to support each other. So don't worry, it's not suddenly this entire additional community to be a part of, because I know that that can be really distracting when you have like a million Discords going at once. So yeah, feel free to go like answer in the poll if you're interested, and I'm happy to create one. So yeah, but again, Get a Clue Readathon is still very much alive. We're doing it right now, and so I don't want people to think that I'm taking away from Rainy's hard work. I found them on KU, some with audio too. Yeah, a lot of people are good. Lovable Reader scheduled a TBR-a-thon live show. So, yay! I know Carissa was mentioning that she was really excited about it too. And so, yeah, like, I mean, you guys have the thumbnail. Feel free. If I know about them, I'm going to try and create a playlist. So I'll make sure to add Carissa's to the playlist too. Tree has been fluffed. Yay! Okay. Phew, hopefully no more issues with the tree.
Seriously.
Got to 78%. And also, Brittany, your tree is good right now, right?
Yes, my tree is fixed for now. The lights better not go out again, or I will not be happy.
Oh my goodness. I got to 28%, and my dad took my air conditioning out, and my mom, and cleaned my window. Nice. I'm for sure listening to the books at 2.5. You easily can, I think. Like, especially if you're a big audiobook listener, you can easily do that. Going to keep mine. Oh my gosh, Lexi, how do you process?
I'm impressed. I bow down. When I say sped up, I meant more to like 2.5.
Yeah, I think okay. I can do that with you. I'll try to do 2.5 with you, but 3.75.
I mean, I will take in nothing, and I feel like if this was just a book that I didn't think there was any world expanding, I wouldn't care if I took in anything. But I feel like there is going to be, especially now because they're heading to the tribe at this point.
Oh yeah.
So
maybe some conflict is going to go on.
There could be some conflict. What does my shirt say? Sprints is how I get reading done. This is Neva's merch if anyone wants it. So this is still available. You can still get this. I'm sure the link is on one of Neva's videos. I do not have it, but it's definitely probably on that. If it's not, I can hunt down the link. I can find it, but I'm sure it is. So.
Yeah, it is an awesome shirt. It's such a good idea, especially because it's honestly too true.
True.
Yeah. We can't wait. Patrick doesn't normally diamond paint with me, but he's going to give it a try on the booty one while I work on the big boy. Oh, I can't. This is too funny. I'm going to pull it up and look again. That is honestly, I can't. You have to keep us updated. That is hilarious.
I love this.
I've gotten all of mine through Hoopla. Yeah, same, mostly same. The ones I read are from KU. Holy cow, Lexi, I tried to put, at 3 times and I couldn't process. I know, this almost 4 times. That is crazy. That's like listening to 4 hours worth in 1 hour. That's crazy. I've been listening to all of them around this speed. I started a bit slower, and then in my vlog about it, I was like, so I'm speeding up to catch up faster. Honestly, good for you. Now I haven't changed the speed. You're probably used to it by now. You're like, this is normal. Didn't read that sprint. Totally fine, Christy. Well, you have another opportunity to do so. So let me switch our screens, and then we'll just do another hour, and we will see everybody. Wish us luck. We'll see what happens. Okay, bye. Hello, everybody.
You look like you've been through it.
I honestly, like the last 10 minutes, I was just like sitting here listening and I wasn't doing anything. I was just like, I'm literally waiting for this book to end. I hope everyone else is well. Where are you?
I'm sure I also look like I've been through it because I've been through it. Yeah. I was doing craft while I was listening because I just needed something to do that was like anything other than this. I got to 85%.
Okay, I'm at 86.
So we're basically in the same spot.
Yeah.
This is the worst one.
Honestly, it is
by like a lot. Like I feel bad for the other 1 stars I've given because
yeah, it's making you feel badly like, wow, we were harsh on the other books.
Which we probably weren't. But like this is just
in the moment. Yeah, this feels like this is making us reassess everything because it's like, well, we can't go lower than 1 star. So like
it's so sad because I do like this series and I'm tired of being like, this is problematic, but like this is so problematic.
Yeah.
Just the amount of times they keep saying she like a kid, like when I was a kid, like she does this like a kid.
Like, and the thing is okay, there's a moment where she is asked by the male lead what she knows about like
I'm glad you warned
birds and the bees. Yes. But you know what's sad about it is there's like she's kidding and you don't realize it, but in the moment I'm like, oh my god, she doesn't. I honestly believed her. I didn't think she was kidding.
It's not the stork, but she basically is like, the babies come from the stork. They're in bed at this moment in time, and it's not that. It's a different story, but it's of an essence. And
I fully believed that that's what, and I was like, and I'm relieved that she was kidding, but I'm like, what does it say that I actually
believed it for a second? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's.
Well, he did too.
Yeah, he did too. Exactly. He did too. And now I'm in the section where he's like revealing his past. Have you like heard him?
Yes, that's where I am as well.
And what's annoying is that he is teaching her what discrimination is, what oppression is, what like, and I'm like, it's like he's speaking to a child. Like teaching her what war is, like what, like, and I'm just, oh my gosh, it is honestly so terrible.
We're almost done, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Which
it's just crazy how this series, like we have given 5 stars, we've given 4 stars, we've given 3. So it's crazy to think about how this series is going.
It's a trip, everyone.
It certainly is. There was some conversation going on during the sprints. Let me see if I can find it. Lexi mentioned that she's at 50% through her diamond painting, which is great. Alicia decided to listen to a novella on Audible Plus while getting DIY book, Christmas gifts organized, lovely. And then we had a question about like, do you string your lights on the tree from the top to the bottom or from the bottom? I would imagine it'd be from the bottom.
I do it from the bottom because our tree is not one. So our tree is like you put it is a fake tree, but you put like each branch in and hook in each branch. So you do like one layer and then another layer. So I do the lights as I put the layers on. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So like, I'll put one layer of branches on and then I'll like weave the lights through it so that there's lights like inside the tree, which is obviously right because there's no tree on top of it when I put the lights in and then I put the next layer on and put lights. If I don't know if that makes sense. So that there's lights like all in all the depths, which made it very difficult to fix the problem when it went out because they were deep in the tree.
So that's a lovely hack, but they run the risk of more work if something goes wrong.
It was not a pleasant experience to fix it. That was the issue. It looks lovely, but yesterday I was mad about myself, you know?
Meanwhile, Coda has given us an update. The Naked Man diamond painting has shipped already. Fast service.
That is fast.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was taught to plug them in first and go from bottom to top so you can see, yeah, what you're doing. That's smart. Last year, ours looked terrible. This year, we bought one pre-lit. Yeah, that's also a great hack.
Nice.
At 94%, Lexi is. Thought about bumping it up to 4 times just to finish it. Yes. Honestly, like, and I feel badly because if people don't want to hear us complaining about this, but it's just this book it's insane.
And I know people love the series, and we do too. That's the thing. We also
Mhm.
we have given last time we did this, we gave a 5-star read. Like
Yes.
like literally we have liked recent books in the series.
Mhm.
But this one is just not working for me for so many reasons.
Yeah, it's just that her thoughts too, like when we're in her head, she's reminded of things from her childhood. And it's like, of course you are, because it wasn't very long ago. And so I don't know.
Yeah.
30 minutes left in Glass Sword. Very nice. I'm back. Went on a 2-mile walk. Yes, hello. 2.5-mile walk. Oh my gosh. It may have also been raining, so I'm drenched.
Oh my
Oh, it was worth it though. Okay, great. If this book wasn't so short, I would have DNF'd.
Yeah.
And that comes from someone who never DNFs.
Yeah. I think we both would have had we weren't like reading the series, and I'm nervous there's something in here that I'm going to need to know for future
Yeah.
books. I suspect that there will be. So like I want to know those things.
Yeah, because we got some more stuff about like the timeline, like how long they've been on the planet and just like
Yeah,
tech stuff.
and they're fixing some things that happened during the earthquake a few months
Mhm.
ago. So we're seeing some things being fixed, and
Mhm.
there's definitely and maybe some people like now obviously some people may travel. We don't know what's going on, so necessary.
Yes. I made it to chapter 27, 18% left. Wipes brow. Whew, you can do it. Definitely don't read Sinner then. That one does the
That's why
same
you
thing.
didn't like it. I remember that was the reason Bree didn't like Sinner. Yeah.
That is good to know. I read 50 pages and I'm making a lot of progress on my genre blanket today. Woohoo! Very nice. I started Know My Name by Chanel Miller and got 4% in. I've heard good things about that one,
Me as
Lynn's.
well.
Ate dinner, got to 81%. Hello, this one isn't my favorite, but there is more plot. Yeah.
That's why we're sticking through. We're like, we need to know the plot, so we have to just get through it.
Yeah, I love it. It was just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Got to
True.
68%. Started crocheting a Christmas blanket. Great. I'm 59% through Looking for Alaska. It's okay, but it's making me feel uncomfortable about reading about teenagers doing explicit things. But I am liking the way the friends are supporting each other.
I
Yeah.
totally understand what you're saying.
For sure. Like through their stuff. Yeah. Half a star? Do you give half stars? I mean, I don't, but this book might convince me to start.
I also don't do half stars since Goodreads doesn't do half stars, so I just go with
Mhm.
what I can rate. And if I finish a book, I rate it. Unless it's like a nonfiction. I don't rate nonfiction because
Mhm.
I feel weird about rating. Well, if it's like a self-help, I might, but if it like a memoir, I
Yeah.
just find it odd to rate someone's life experience.
Like reading their life, yeah. Like I could see like journalistic, like if it's like an essay, like someone's done
Right.
research and you can kind of
Yeah.
like assess how they've provided that information. But yeah, if it's like an autobiography, I understand the kind of like there's a difference between, oh, I'm rating this author's fictional book, they shouldn't take it personally if I give it 2 stars, where you're like, if I give your autobiography or your memoir 2 stars, are you seriously not going to take that personally?
Yeah.
That's a good point,
It's just
actually.
odd to be like, your life was not interesting.
Yeah, like it was fine, it could have been better. We string ourselves from the top down, but we have a real tree, so it's a different size.
Oh, that makes sense. Mhm.
Mm-hmm. I haven't had a tree since we got Andy, our cat. He likes to climb and throw ornaments everywhere, so we just manage with other decorations around the house. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially, I guess it depends because you let Andy on your counters and stuff, or not your counter, but like on your desk top area. Because I was gonna say you could like have like a raised mini tree and then put presents around the mini tree, but it wouldn't. It's not necessarily the same. Got to 65%. I have 5 minutes left of my novella. Woohoo! So much more DIYing. John Green is an author I enjoyed as a teenager, but now I don't really enjoy his books. Yeah, it could be. And I think Saluna has read other things by him as well, but I wonder how recently they were and if it could be a thing being an adult now, looking at it, being like, this makes me uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, and I think it's just one of those things that maybe not being the main demographic is always a conversation. Because if you were the age, you probably wouldn't feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. I
Right?
think
So, yeah.
even that book specifically, Looking for Alaska, I think he mentioned like he had like a talk or he was interviewed because it was being like challenged and it was being
Right.
deemed like for sexual content. And he was like, my books are not like pornographic or whatever. And it's like I for the age and for those, but it might feel uncomfortable for adults reading it.
Right.
Like that, I think that's the kind of concern for stuff like that, like knowing adults are reading it for characters who are underage.
Mhm.
Just joined. Hello, Christine. What book are you talking about? Makes me not want to read the series. This is complicated, Christine. Yeah, it's Ice Planet Barbarians. We are on book 11 now, right? Yes.
Yes.
And we've given every single type of star rating. We've given 5s, 4, 3, 2s, and this is our second one in the series. So it's really tough. If you are someone who can't handle that kind of spectrum, I fully understand. But yeah, it is tough. It's tough to be like, oh, we're reading the series, knowingly giving books 1 stars and knowingly continuing. Like we're going to continue reading and see what goes on.
I mean, but we've had 1 stars followed by like 5 stars.
Yes. Yeah.
Like it's very like that. I believe Harlow's book would be a good example.
Yes. Yeah, because Harlow followed Ihako and Kira, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and before that, we had Liz and Rahash, and we gave that one 5 stars. Kira and Ihako were great too, and then we immediately had a 1 star. And then, yeah, or even the same situation, we had Maddie and Hassan, gave that 5 stars, adored it, and then followed that one with a weird one. So it's, I don't know how else to describe it. That one was weird.
That one was weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all over the place. But even people who disagree with our star ratings, because I know Neva disliked the book that we love, but loved a book later that we disliked. So it doesn't seem like there's anyone who really like. I'm sure there are. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's someone who liked every book in the series, but it seems to be one where like you like some and not like others. It seems to be kind of an up and down situation for most people.
Totally. And we've had people in the comments when we've been honest saying, "Oh, it wasn't for us. We had issues with this, whatever." And people have said, "Oh, I really like that character. I really like that storyline." Like we talk about Josie a lot because you and I aren't really big fans, but I know for a fact people in the comments, maybe not here now, have said that that's been one of their favorite books. They really liked that, and it's like so it really is subjective, which I think is a good description of reading in general. So I'm sure this isn't new to Christine, but yeah, so it's interesting. Anyone have Christmas tree tips for those with toddlers or cats? They both like ornaments and climbing. Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah. One thing I've seen is people who get like, I don't think it would help with a cat because a cat could jump in, but for a toddler, get those like circular baby gates and you can put it around your Christmas tree. I've seen that with a lot of people I know that have kids. It wouldn't help with the cats though, because the cats could still jump it. But a kid couldn't.
Yes, a kid can. If they can, we've got concerns. What is going on with your kid? I love that because it's rather than keeping the kid in, like baby gates, it's keeping them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's smart. We got kittens this year, so haven't have a tree with them yet. Kind of nervous. I know it's always and cats do have different demeanors. Like some cats won't climb climb it, they won't be interested. They might smell it, or they might, especially, I think the concern is if you have a fresh tree, like not a fake one. I've heard of issues where pets, not just cats, but dogs might want to mark their tree. So I've heard of that.
I considered that, but yes.
Yeah. So if you've got a fresh one that smells like the outdoors and everything, there might be some confusion with the pets. But I have heard I've heard tricks of if you sprinkle like pepper or something. I think there's some kind of seasoning. If you kind of sprinkle it around the tree, which is also, I guess, kind of, if you've got like a nice little blanket thing, but the smell keeps them away. Like my parents, I think, did last year with their dog, and like he just isn't really interested in it anymore. And I'm pretty sure it was pepper, but I can't remember. So don't look that up before you just start sprinkling pepper on your trees.
Double check the spice.
Yeah. The only place I've been able to put a really tiny tree is the mantle of our fireplace. He hasn't figured out how to get up there yet. That's why I'm trying to look past those bits to get your timing.
Exactly.
Yeah. See your assessment, and still you can definitely say this is inappropriate no matter what, depending on how it ends and everything. Hello, Ro. Yes, hearts. Overall, IPB is a fun time.
I agree with this statement. There's very few books that we have really disliked.
Yeah, exactly. And I have had fun even ranting about the terrible things. I've felt a sense of community among those who agree with me. So like I think you can find fun where you like where it is, I guess. I recently saw ornaments that come with little clips, to attach to your tree instead of just hanging them. That would make it harder for pets or toddlers to mess with them. Yeah, that's actually a good point. And Nikki agrees. I agree. That was good. Thanks, Danny. We put a fireplace screen around ours when my son was little. Yeah, that's a good tip. Squirt bottles work for cats. They hate being sprayed with water. That's what I always did growing up. Yeah, being like, no, don't do it. I will say that Danny has one of those orange cats, which tend to always be a bit surprising, where they've got a few less brain cells and they just don't really care. So who knows? But you're right. The spray bottle, that's a good one. We had a family dog his first year, thinking we brought him an indoor toilet. Yes. But after a few scoldings, he stopped. Yeah, like that's the thing. It's like you almost have to you got to be quick about it, and hopefully that's when you're like, oh, I hope my tree isn't on carpet, which it typically is. So, Shelby can get anywhere in my apartment. Came home work one day to find her sleeping on top of the kitchen cabinets. Oh my gosh,
that is in the strangest places.
Yeah, and they're just like, ooh, cozy. Cats don't like the smell of citrus. So if you have like lemon oil, putting that at the bottom of your tree may help. It keeps Andy off our kitchen counters. I haven't tried it with the tree yet. Yeah, that's a really good tip too.
Our cat was pretty good about not climbing the tree, but sucked at not drinking the water out of the tree base.
Oh, yes. Yeah. You're like, ooh, yum.
I was like, no.
Yeah, they're just like, ooh, just pine flavored water. Just being a bit bougie this year.
Yeah, like the spa water with the cucumbers in it. It's like
exactly. I wrapped the base of my tree in tin foil. It helps deter cats as they don't like the feels. Yeah, that's right. We have 2 new kitties this year, and it has worked so far.
I've seen people who've done this with kitchen counters to teach cats not to jump on the counters, putting tin foil on. Apparently they don't like it's a little like jarring to them, so they won't jump on it.
Yes, like scaring them into being like, don't do it.
Don't do that.
Yeah, the dogs drink the tree water. Oh my gosh, that's so funny and so goofy. Like, okay. I'm going to change the timer. It's going to be our last sprint, so I'll make sure to add that to the banner. Thank you all so much who've been here for like the long haul, whether it's been a few hours, the entire day. We really appreciate it.
We're coming up on 10 hours, so. Oh my gosh. Because we did 5 over on mine, and we're 4.5 on yours, so we'll be just over 5.
Yeah, it's a long day, but it definitely is shorter than last time. Like
we had longer shorter.
And we are upping the speed to like 2.5 because we're like, let's just get done. So that adds to it for sure. Okay, so I will switch the screens, have us do 45, and we'll see everybody afterwards. If you gotta leave early, don't worry about it. We'll see you next time. Okay. See you guys in 45. Bye. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, welcome back. Brittany and I finished our book.
We did.
We've been chatting a little bit on our own in chat, but Brittany, how did you feel by the end of this book, which I'm sure no one will be surprised by?
I mean, I'm not going to go too in-depthly into it because I think our thoughts have been well put out there. I'm going to give it 1 star. No shock there. And that's it. I did not like how it ended. The epilogue, which has nothing to do with our main characters. Actually, there was an epilogue that had to do with something completely different, setting up for an upcoming book, which I'm concerned. I have concerns, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, already we've got 2 months, but be prepared for what next IPV sprints are going to be about.
We're a little concerned about the next book, y'all. We're a little concerned. Just from the synopsis and what we learned in the ending of this book. I'm a little concerned. But I'm going to go into it with an open mind. Leandra knows what it is and is like, good luck with that.
Like, all right, I will not be, but
I mean, I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned, but that's okay. I think after that one.
Yeah. And also, I mean, not to be like, oh, it's definitely going to end up being a 5-star or anything like that. But what's, I suppose, is nice is that we're going in with very low expectations. And so if Ruby Dixon does it, well enough to the extent that she can, then it, we'll have a good time, Yeah, so it's not necessarily that I'm like, yep, it's definitely going to be a 1-star again, boom, boom. It's just like we're already hesitant, whereas we've entered books before being like, ooh, this sounds really great. I'm really excited. So, I mean, this might work in Dixon's favor that we're kind of like, what is going to happen?
This is true. I'm assuming you're also giving this 1 star because I would be shocked if you told me any different.
Yes, you heard it here. We are giving this 1 star.
If you were like, no, I'm giving it 3, I'd be like, okay.
You're like, no, what are you talking about? That epilogue turned things around for me. It was great. Yeah, it's just meh. And I know that somewhere else, Lexi also mentioned finished.
Yeah,
so she's on the same page as us too.
Yeah.
It
sucks that we've ended now twice on not the best books. So, like Leandra was saying in our chat, that at least if the next book is what we think it is, at least it's on my sprints.
But you know what? That actually, you've got some good juju going on with your sprints. Maybe it will end up working out really well.
So what will happen? January, we're gonna see you, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the new year, bringing in new perspectives, new types of reads. It almost, like, not to give too much away, but it sounds almost, like kind of like a villain story in its own way, where this character is going to have a certain arc where, like, he's viewed as the villain first and then. So again, there's room, but the very beginning, there's going to be a lot to learn from. There's going to have to be a lot of things to unpack.
Yes, I agree. I think it will depend on, like you said, this might be a little bit of a villain story. So what will be the consequences of his villainy, et cetera, et cetera. Like it will, that will make a difference too.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't started Wheel of Time yet. I've only got 45 minutes left. Where do you want to go? Oh, yeah. Oh, and then he mentioned wrong sprint. Totally fine. Go to.
I saw Nicole tagged and I was like, oh, did Nicole pop in? And then I was like, oh no, this was not the right.
Like, no, never mind. Finished Glass Sword for my room 6. I liked it a lot and I'm giving it 4 stars.
That's amazing.
Yahoo! I made it to chapter 29. I'm going to read through this next chatty bit. Thanks for the sprints and see some of you at Nichols. Yes, so when we finish this up, everyone is more than welcome to head over to Dusty Book Sniffers, Nicole.
for some Clue readathon sprints.
And even if you aren't in Clue, all are welcome. 72% through, looking for Alaska. The tone has changed a little, so enjoying it a little more, focusing more on like other things rather than like the sexual things. Good.
Nice.
Still reading This Never Ending Story. It is a good mystery though. So I guess, yeah, there's that. That's good. Thanks for the sprints. Of course, Christina. I'm at 40% for Heir of Navran. It doesn't feel like a lot of progress, but for a 900-page book, it's not bad.
Danny, you keep picking up these very chunky books.
I'm telling you, Danny loves a good chunky book. She's just, meanwhile, I'm like, good for me. I'm picking up a couple every year.
Yeah.
Made it to 10% in Know My Name. That one's going to go away. I knew I clicked it twice. So do you read a couple of installments a month? No. So we do it every other month. We do 2 books. We try to do 2 books as long as like if the length works out. So because we've done 2 books now in November, we'll do 2 in January. So December will be like a break month for us. So yeah. And then my AirPods died, so I didn't read and let them charge. Understandable.
We've all been there.
Yeah. Well, Brittany's laptop is going to die soon.
I was like, my laptop's at 10%. So if I just disappear, that's why.
Yeah, we'll know that it wasn't the book that sent her away dramatically. Couldn't talk about it anymore. She's done. You're so welcome, Nikki. Thanks for being here. And then I'm at about 70% with an hour left, so maybe we'll finish tonight. Great. Yeah, thanks so much, everyone. I hope you all have a beautiful night, too. Brittany, love your sweater. Yes.
This is Neva's merch, if anyone is interested.
Yes, Reading Weniva. So if you look her up, you can find her channel. Yes, thanks everybody so much. All right, we are going to end the sprints, but we will see you all soon in other sprints if you're doing Get a Clue and just around the internet. So goodbye, everybody. See ya.